Recording in progress.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Salam Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Greetings, good morning from Bandung, Indonesia. Welcome to the second International Conference on Art, Craft, Culture, and Design, Icon Arcade 2021. Thank you for joining us, whether you're tuning in from Zoom webinar or our YouTube live stream. Today is the second and the last day of this event. My name is Sabrina Sakina. I am a lecturer of the undergraduate program in craft at the Faculty of Art and Technology Bandung, and I will be the main host throughout this event. Icon Arcade 2021 is hosted by the Faculty of Art and Design, Institut Teknologi Bandung, and is supported by the Institute of Research and Community Service at Institut Teknologi Bandung, Lembaga Penelitian dan Pengabdian kepada Masyarakat ITB. We are also supported by the wonderful sign language interpreters from the Center of Indonesia Sign Language Interpreter Service, Pusat Pelayanan Juru Bahasa Isyarat JBI, allowing this event to be more accessible and inclusive. Please allow me to announce the rundown for today's event. We are working in the Western Indonesian time, GMT +7. Today, we will start off with the third plenary session with the keynote to be delivered by Dr. Martha Zarza, Professor of Design at the University of the State of Mexico. Then we will have parallel sessions with a lunch break in between. Afterwards, we will move on to the fourth and last plenary session at 2 p.m. with the keynote to be delivered by Dr. Adi Nugraha of Institut Teknologi Bandung. And the closing remarks of the event will be delivered at approximately 3:35 p.m. by the chairperson of the committee, Ms. Bintan Titisari, PhD. Please tune in till the very end because we will also announce the best presenters during the closing. And I would like to inform you all that our plenary sessions are open to public through Icon Arcade's YouTube channel and Zoom webinar. However, only registered audience can access the parallel sessions. And there are also online exhibitions going on that you can access through our website at icon-arcade.fsrd.itb.ac.id. Now let's see. So who is here in the audience and where are you all from? I would like everyone in the audience to type in what city you're from and what country you're from so we can see activity in the chat box. Let's see. Is the chat box active? Bandung, okay, Bandung. Of course, Bandung. We're here in Bandung. Where else? Batam. Oh, nice. Aceh. Oh, Philippines. Hello. Where else? Garut. West Java. We're still in West Java. Balikpapan. Hello. South Tangerang, Malang. Leeds, UK. Lovely. Hello. What time would that be? Okay. Samarinda. Where else? Tokyo. Jakarta, of course, Bali, nice. So we have quite a collection of locations here with us in this event. And I would like to remind everyone later on when the link is shared to you, please fill in the attendance link that will be shared in the chat box later on. So we will begin the plenary session. I would like to encourage the audience to prepare questions on the keynote topic and deliver the questions to the moderator and the speaker through the Q&A box. So it's different from the chat box earlier. You used the chat box earlier, and then there's a Q&A box right beside the chat box to create a conducive and exciting dialogue. The keynote titled Women, Design and Community Development will be delivered by Dr. Marta Zarza, the Professor of Design at the University of the State of Mexico and board member of World Design Council. The moderator for this session will be Dr. Ahmad Sharif. Before I hand over the screen to Dr. Ahmad Sharif, please allow me to read a brief introduction about Dr. Ahmad Sharif. Dr. Ahmad Sharif is the head of the Forum of Program Studi Desain Produk at the Forum of Product Design Program Studies, which is an affiliate to ADPPII, the Alliance of Indonesian Industrial Product Designers, the editorial board of Jurnal Desain Indonesia, the reviewing board of Jurnal Idea Prodi Desain Produk ITS Surabaya. He received his bachelor's degree in product design from FSRD ITB, the Faculty of Art and Design here at Institut Teknologi Bandung, and his postgraduate diploma from the Royal Danish Academy of Fine Art in Copenhagen, Denmark, his master's degree from the College of Design, Arizona State University, and doctorate degree in design psychology from the Faculty of Engineering at Chiba University, Japan. Dr. Sharif is a member of the Interaction Design Foundation, Design Research Society UK, and Aliansi Desainer Produk Indonesia, Produk Industri Indonesia ADPPI, the Alliance of Indonesian Industrial Product Designers. His research interests include human-object interaction, product semantics, the psychology of interaction, design research, and design education. Hello, Dr. Sharif. Good morning.
Good morning, Sabrina. Thank you for introducing me.
Thank you for joining with us this morning. And I would like to ask you about the recent research topics, because I see your research topics are quite vast here. Could you tell us a little bit about the most recent topics that you've been researching on?
Okay, yes, as you explained before, I'm on to research in human interaction with objects, mostly using psychological approach to understand how users behave when interacting with design object. My current research is looking into how users perceive and choose display image of furniture design on an online shop using eye tracking device. I'm also developing a light and easily assemble furniture right now using 3D printed joint system, in which I hope I can exhibit it at the end of this year. I think that's my current research and current project.
Lovely. We're looking forward to see the designs later on, maybe towards the end of the year, I hope. Okay, then Dr. Sharif, I will be handing over the screen to you for the plenary session.
Okay, then I presided over the screen now. Okay, everybody, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone, from wherever you are right now across the globe. Greetings from ITB Bandung, Indonesia. Once again, welcome to the third plenary sessions of the second International Conference on Art, Craft, Culture, and Design, or ARCCADE. Before I begin, please allow us to present the following introductory video. Please.
Hello, my name is Marta Zarza. I am a Mexican industrial designer. I am also an undergraduate and graduate professor at the Faculty of Architecture and Design of the Autonomous University of the State of Mexico. As an academic, my research activity and publications address topics related to gender and design, as well as socially responsible design. I am currently a board member of the World Design Organization and head of the research area of the university. I am very happy to participate as a keynote speaker with a topic related with women, design, and community development. I hope to join us next September 29th and 30th to this great event, the ICON ARCCADE 2021. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for the video. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to reintroduce our next speaker, my dear friend, Dr. Marta Patricia Zarza Delgado. Before I explain and reintroduce our next speakers, please kindly remind all the audience that Dr. Zarza's presentation will be held within 45 minutes until 9:55 a.m. Western Indonesian time, followed by 30 minutes of question and answers. To ensure constructive discussion, please write your questions in the Q&A box. You may see the Q&A box icon next to the participant and chat icon in your Zoom application menu tray near the bottom of your screen. When you ask the question, please write also your name and the institution you belong to. As already mentioned in the brief introductory video, Dr. Zarza is a professor for the undergraduate and graduate programs at the Faculty of Architecture and Design of, I will mention in the original name, Universidad Autónoma del Estado del México in Mexico, from where she graduated with bachelor's degree in industrial design. She holds master's degree in product design from Universitat Politécnica de Catalunya in Barcelona, Spain. Later on, Dr. Zarza also studied a second master's degree in School of Design, Arizona State University, Tempe, Arizona, USA. Dr. Zarza holds her doctoral degree in social sciences from El Colegio Mexiquense in Mexico. She started her professional life by designing ergonomic tools, display furniture, and toys for blind children before moving over to the academic sector as a teacher and scientist. Her research addresses issues of gender and design, as well as socially responsible design. As mentioned before, Dr. Zarza currently serves as the head of research at the Universidad Autónoma del Estado de Mexico and elected as a board member of the World Design Organization, or WDO. This morning, Dr. Zarza will present her paper on women, design, and community development, in which she will share her effort to develop the stove design as a way to improve health conditions for women in rural homes of Mexico. In her research, she will emphasize on the relations of design and gender, tackling the issue of sustainable development and social well-being, not only from the perspective between urban and rural areas, but also between genders. I'm sure we will learn a lot from her presentation. Without further ado, I will ask Dr. Zarza to present her paper. Dr. Zarza, the screen is yours.
Thank you very much, Sharif. I'm gonna start sharing my screen, and please let me know if you can see.
Yes, it's already.
Yeah, is there? Okay,
yeah.
It's there, right? Thank you. Well, hello, everybody. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's a great pleasure and an honor to be part of this great event, the Icon Arcade 2021. I would like to let you know give you previously to start with this presentation, some information about it. My presentation is going to be about research that is still in progress. It's a research project that hasn't finished yet. But I thought that what we have done so far would be interesting for you. I hope it is that way. I would also let you know that this project has been worked in a collaborative way with the Cranfield University, that is in England, UK, and the Autonomous University of the State of Mexico, where I work. And the sponsorship comes from the Mexican Council of Science and Technology. They provided us the sponsor for doing this research that, as I said before, it is an ongoing research. Well, having said that, I would like to start by to tell you a few things about Mexico for some of you that maybe don't know a lot about my country. So I started looking for some information about Indonesia and Mexico, and it came out that we have some similarities and some others that are not exactly similar, but are interesting to know about the two countries. We both, it seems that, well, As you can see, this is Mexico, the one in orange, and the one in green, as you know, this is Indonesia. And it came out that we have pretty much the same territory. We have pretty much the same square kilometers. But the people that we have, according to the quick research that I made, I don't know if this is updated, but we have, Indonesia has the double amount of people that we have in Mexico. It's 130 million people in Mexico, living in Mexico, and 262 million people living in Indonesia. In Mexico is the third largest economy in Latin America, and it came out that Indonesia is the largest economy in Southeast Asia. And both countries are republics. So for talking a little bit more about Mexico, as maybe some of you know, Mexico was the place at some point of very important ancient civilizations, like the Olmecs, Maya, and Aztec are the better known ancient civilizations of Mexico. After the Spanish arrived here, Mexico was ruled by Spain for 3 centuries, starting in the early 16th century. And the country got its independence early in the 19th century, first as a short-lived empire and then as a republic in 1824. As in many Latin American countries, soccer is a widely shared obsession. And I'm sharing this information to you because this kind of public events, sometimes assisting or going to these public events, you can identify how the culture works, or you can identify some important ways of interaction within the culture. And it came out that this kind of events like soccer is a way of showing that Mexican culture is a very androcentric and patriarchal culture. And so like the famous idea of the Mexican macho is actually pretty much true and as I said before, in these public events, we can identify in some way these characteristics of the Mexican culture. The country's film industry is also very well known in the region as the largest one. There are many Mexican actors and filmmakers that have received recently international recognition for their work. Just for giving an example, I don't know if you're familiar with the movie Roma, but in general terms, the movie shows, for example, the story of 2 women with very different conditions. I mean, talking about the social structure, the social level structure in Mexican society. 2 women with very different realities. One woman comes from the indigenous group of Mexico, and the other one is like a middle class woman. But both of them have very similar gender inequalities, which is also a way to show how the Mexican society works, or some of the problems that Mexican society has. The other movie is a fantastic movie, and it only shows it is made by Guillermo del Toro, and is in some way it shows that Mexico is also we call it like a magic place, because there are things that happen that seems that only can happen in this country. Mexico is a nation of contrasts. Some of them you can find it in the sites. No? You can have in the same country arid lands like the one that I have in the right, as well as very beautiful Caribbean coastlines, like the beautiful coastlines that you also have in Indonesia. Mexico society has also extremes of wealth and poverty. And when talking about poverty, is actually the focus that we have in this research project that we started. It's one of the main issues why we started working in this project. According to the United Nations for Gender Equality, there are, in today's world, different phases, significant gaps in sustainable development and social well-being. These gaps are between rich and poor countries, as well as between urban and rural areas, but also between men and women. And in this regard, it points out that energy and water, to mention just two essential services, are usually divided by gender. And the research project that I'm going to talk about, it is focused in rural areas of Mexico and in women conditions of the rural areas. And all the gender issues that come out when we are talking about women in poverty, and mainly indigenous women living in Mexico in rural areas of extreme poverty. In rural areas of Mexico, the energy consumption patterns are characterized by a high dependence on biomass, with cooking as the main energy consumption. There are several comparative studies of wood stoves that are used in Mexico that that show that this wood stove really need to improve. We need to improve them because they are giving a lot of troubles to the people of the community, but mainly to women because of the indoor pollution that they provoke to women that use these products. Women generally walk long distances and spend a lot of time each day gathering firewood as well as performing basic subsistence tasks, which consumes much of their time and diminishes their physical well-being, thereby limiting their access to educational and employment opportunities and the possibility of improving their life choices. In this context, women are the only ones in charge of all the housework and taking care of the kids of the family. They have, for example, to walk between 1 or 2 hours to get the water or the wood for the stove for their everyday activities. Even in the weekends, they usually have to go to the rivers to wash their clothes. That's what the picture is there. So it is in these conditions, women in these conditions are the one in charge of the traditional roles at home. So what the case study that I'm going to talk about today, as I was saying before, this is Mexico. And in this research project, we conducted 3 different case studies. The one that I'm going to talk about to you today is the one conducted in the state of Mexico, which is in the center, is this place. But we actually conducted 3 case studies with indigenous women in rural areas in Mexico. The other case study was here in the border of Mexico and Guatemala. The state is Chiapas. Mexico has 32 states. It is conformed with 32 states. One of them for our case study was the state of Mexico. The other one was Chiapas, which is here. And the other one was Oaxaca, which is right here. But right now I'm only going to talk about this case study. The 3 of them actually show very similar conditions. The weather changes a little bit, but the conditions of the women and the way that they use for the energy for cooking is pretty much the same. So we are going to talk mainly about the state of Mexico, the case study of the state of Mexico, because it's a place where I live, and it was a place where we had more opportunities to do the ethnographic study and the implementation of the prototypes that we were building. So this is the state of Mexico, and in the state of Mexico, there is a region called San Jose del Rincon. It's a municipality, we call it that way. This is the municipality of San Jose del Rincon. And within this municipality, there is a very small village called Jaltepec. Jaltepec has a population of 1,644 inhabitants. This is a place where the Mazahua, there is a community of Mazahua. Mazahua is an indigenous ethnic group of Mexico. It's actually the largest one. They speak Mazahua as well as Spanish. Sadly, the new generation are losing the language. They are speaking Spanish. They understand the Mazahua, but they don't speak that much the language anymore. This community is represented as being a community of extreme poverty in Mexico, because there are certain criteria to name it that way. The houses in this community are houses with their floors, with latrines. The houses that don't have the proper bathrooms, or the ones that we usually have in the urban areas, they have far away from the house. They don't have potable water for drinking at home. They have to walk out the home to get the water. And they use wood for cooking and for warm up the house and for getting energy for the house, mainly for cooking. In this area, the weather range from -2 degrees to 24 degrees Celsius. And the people from the community, they say that they have 6 months of rainy season and 6 months of dry season. That's pretty much the way they explain about the weather. This area is very, very close to a forest. It's actually part of a forest that is a reserve, the Monarch Butterfly Biosphere Reserve, which is also a World Heritage Site since 2008. And these are beautiful butterflies that come all over from Canada to Mexico in winter time. And it's a great spectacle to watch all the butterflies coming to this place. And the community of Jaltepec, where we made a case study, they are very proud of being part of this nature event. They take a lot of care of this forest, because they know that is the house of these butterflies. And they also know that the forest is providing them, the community, with what they need for living. Jaltepec is also very well known, or is also known because women, in the free time that they have, they make the textile crafts, the broderies, and they, whenever they can, they sell the crafts, and it's a way of getting money, an extra income, mainly for women. Men in the community have seasonal working in construction. They usually move to the cities. The closest one is Toluca, is the capital of the state, or Mexico City, the big capital of the country. And they even moved to work to United States. So at some time of the year, the community is mainly habitated by women and children, because men are working outside to get some money. And as it is pretty much the whole country, the corn we are a culture of corn. So in this place, the corn agriculture force, the use of the family is the normal activity. So the design process for this research project was divided in 3 big stages or phases. The first one was the ethnographic study, that it was mainly conducted by the group of academics of the Autonomous University of the State of Mexico. The next phase was the design and building prototypes, which was in charge of the University, Cranfield University and the Autonomous University of the State of Mexico. We worked together doing this. And then the third phase, the implementation and evaluation, is also by the 2 universities. It's a collaborative work of the 2 universities. So starting with the ethnographic study, we got primary data from semi-structured in-depth interviews. We visited the places. We were a group of pretty much 15 people going to the places and talking. The interviews were around 2 hours, each one, in some cases even 3 hours. From these interviews, we got very, very interesting life stories of women in which we can recognize that these women have very complicated lifestyles. They work so hard, but also they have very difficult situations when talking about violence, all kind of violence against them. So that was a very sad situation. We also made ethnographic pictures. The ethnographic study also included a focus group to talk with women and getting more information from them. It was obviously a lot of data that we got from this ethnographic study. Some of the data is now published in a book that is mainly focused in the pictures. We got very beautiful pictures of the women of these communities, and with just a few information about the way or the style of life of these women, with the main intention of visualize the conditions and this reality that Mexico has, and some people doesn't want to see or to accept that this is also Mexico. And this is also a problem that we face every day, and the professionals of every area, including designers, sometimes don't want to do something for them or to take them into consideration. So that was a parallel project of this research project, the book, that is now out there, hopefully doing a good job letting know the rest of the Mexican society about the lifestyle of these women. From the ethnographic study, we obviously got the data collection was clustered in order to find out some patterns and identified the significance of the most important ones. First of all, we found out that these women are very proud of their heritage, their indigenous heritage. They're proud of what they are, their language, but the conditions sometimes don't let them improve their way of life. From the interviews, we also got relevant information about the big inequalities between men and women. As I was telling you before, the women are the one in charge of the house and taking care of the kids, and they also suffer from violence. Food, cooking is very symbolic or even like important activity. In general, for Mexicans, the food is very important. Gastronomy in general is an identity aspect, very important aspect for Mexicans, and it's the same case for this group of women that we interview. We say that these women are like 3 times marginalized because they have they are marginalized because they belong to a rural poor community, but also because they are part of an indigenous group that in this country these groups are marginalized, and also because they are women. So that's just to give you an idea of the difficult circumstances that they have in their daily life. Okay, so from the patterns that we identified that were, relevant for our study, that it was mainly focused in the energy for cooking and water too, but I'm talking in this presentation only about the energy for cooking. The main patterns that we got from the interviews and the story lives that we got from them, it came out the wood collection. Wood collection, it was always related or frequently related with time consuming. It's a lot of time to get the wood that they use every day for cooking and warming up the houses. And it is also related with health issues because in the best of the cases, they can carry the wood with a donkey or a horse, but mostly they carry the wood by themselves, and they causes back problems for women and even children that they also help with this activity. Another pattern was when talking about cooking stuff, also related with time consuming and health implications. Cooking stuff, I'm going to talk about health implications a little bit later, the specific ones that they have. Cooking, food, and wood, also related with health and time consuming. Heating, because the stove, the wood stove is also used in this community to warm up the house in the winter season. And this is, again, time, it requires a lot of time and effort to get wood for having the stove on the whole day. And obviously the health because of the fumes or the smoke that is inside the house. They talk a lot in these interviews also about traditional hand and crafts. Women mainly enjoy doing this activity. Is a way of how can I say it? It's a way of preserving their identity as the indigenous group that they are, and it's also a way of getting some money, some income. But it's also like a relaxing activity that they do the few times that they have free, when they are just waiting for the food to be ready or waiting for the animals to go outside or stuff like that. But some of them have troubles with her eyes because of the fumes of the stoves, and so they are sometimes leaving this activity also away because of the health issues that the wood stove are provoking them. And they also talk a lot about families. Families in Mexican culture, families is a very important aspect, and within these groups is also very important. But whenever they were talking about families, it was mainly related to family roles. That they have this idea that women are the one in charge of taking care of kids, of all the housework, and men are in charge of other activities. So these were like the general patterns that we found after the interviews. Talking in a more specific way, I'm showing you with some pictures about the specific aspects of the usage of the wood stove. I'm showing you these pictures. One is, this is the way they usually, is the more frequent way of getting the wood from the forest. They usually are around 2 kilos mixed firewood that they collect while walking all around the forest. They are very careful to use the wood that is dried and it is I mean, they don't usually take down trees that are new or that are green, or it's only the collection of the wood that is all around the forest. The average consumption per person is estimated 3 kilograms per day, which would imply approximately 5 tons per family each year. So that's the amount of wood that they usually use. In this approximation, obviously. Whenever they have the possibility to use animal for transport, it implies that they will buy it for somebody, the wood, or they will use the donkeys or horses from somebody else. That will imply also to pay some money. But what is the worst condition for them is that the people from the town commented that lately it is even risky for them because the government will fine or sanction people that cut green trees, and will give them 600 pesos fine, which will be very expensive for them, that won't be able to pay them. So even knowing that they say that they are very careful not to cut green trees because they understand the importance of the forest. So they mainly use this way of collecting the wood for the daily work. The current types of stove, sometimes they have these two different kinds of stove, if you can call it this way. The one that is in the right is the one in the floor, not the one that is in the floor, that is actually 3 stones and the wood, and they cook in there. And this is more like a proper stove, as you can see, without pipe or chimney to take out the fumes. So that's why you can look all the dark, meaning that the fumes are inside the house and they are, all the time smelling, or whatever you say, the smokes of the wood, whatever they work in there. This is another kind of the stoves that you have there. As you can see, there's mainly women with kids in these places, in the kitchens. And so they are the ones who are more exposed during the day to the smoke from the stoves. This situation usually leads to damage of the respiratory tract and the eyes of women at an early age. They even look older than they actually are because of the hard work outside the house, walking and taking care of the corn and going and taking the water from the rivers and all that work, but also because of the conditions that they have inside the house. Actually, putting the fire on is actually the first activity of the day for women. At 5 p.m. has to be ready, the fire in here has to be ready to cook the corn that they need for the tortillas. That is the basic ingredient for Mexican food. And it is a long process. So sometimes earlier than 5 a.m. they have to go out to look for the wood if they didn't collect it the previous day, or if they finish it during the night warming up the houses. So they start very early with the activities every day. What they like to eat, or what they usually eat, for those of you that are not familiar with Mexican food, these are the tortillas. And this is the main, let's say, the main food that they have. Tortillas, beans, and some veg that they usually have with the flour, with the, I don't remember now the name of this fish, but they cultivate them and they eat them. So the corn is the basic one. They should have tortillas for breakfast, for dinner time, for supper. That's actually, they usually make only two meals a day, the breakfast and dinner. Dinner in Mexico is around 3 or 4, and most of the times they don't have supper. But this is important because when we wanted to came out with new ideas of energy, we realized that in the interviews, they said that cooking the meals for them, mainly the tortillas, it was very important to keep doing it with wood because the taste of the tortillas is very different when they make it with another source of energy. According to some international institutions, like the UN, currently the exposure to coal or wood smoke ranks fourth among health risk factors in developing countries, just in the case that we have in here. It is estimated, according to the World Health Organization, that by 2030, chronic obstructive pulmonary disease will be the third cause of mortality in the world. And that's why we found out that it was very important to do something to help women or people living in these conditions. So based on this very general information that I'm just providing you, the main design parameters that we took into consideration was, first of all, the cultural and identity appearance. At the very beginning, we were thinking, before doing all the ethnographic study, we were thinking to provide them, these communities and especially these women, different alternatives that were cleaner for them, like solar stoves or other kind of energy sources for them to cook. But then we realized that it would be very difficult because, first of all, they are really attached to the identity that comes from the product itself, the kind of stoves that they like, and the way they cook using wood or coal. But also, with some literature review, we found out some cases in India. There was one in India in which I don't remember if it was the government or an international organization that provided actually solar stoves to rural areas of India. And it was a big failure. The people didn't use the stoves because they were far away from also their cultural way of living or way of cooking in this case. And in Mexico, actually in this community, we found a similar example. The government was providing these women with some kind of stoves made of metal stoves. They were given for free for the community, and they didn't use it. In some cases, they even sold the stove, and in some others, they were using the stove like a kind of a table for the kitchen, but they actually didn't use the product. So because of the information that we got from the interviews and also from these cases, we decided that it was very important, a design expression that was cultural compatible with local customs and uses. So cultural and identity was an important design parameter, as well as materials for building, trying to use materials that are cheap and close to the community, easy to use for them to use, because they used to fabricate their houses and their products inside the house, like the stoves by themselves. Obviously, the ergonomics and anthropometric considerations, but very, very important for us was to consider the ambient air quality regulations based on the UK and Mexican standards. UK standards are higher than Mexicans, but we still wanted to cover both of them, the international and the national ones. And another very important design parameter was the thermal efficiency and heating capacity of the product, because obviously that was something for the product to work properly in this case. So we started with the design process with a group of the Cranfield University. This was the multicultural design group. These were students, master students at Cranfield University from different cultural backgrounds, which made very interesting work. This guy was from Africa, from Czech Republic. He was from Colombia. She was from Japan, from Mexico. She's Adriana, the research leading the project in UK. She's from UK. She's from India, and he's from UK. So it was a multicultural group, which in general is the normal process that I'm sure that all of you know. The first phase was the ethnographic and tertiary research, discover, define, in order to have the enough information to develop and deliver, to make this timing, to propose a design concept, and to make the prototypes. This was a big challenge, to be honest, because they didn't make the ethnographic study. So I came twice to the university, and we had several video calls using the pictures and videos and trying to explain all of them. What were the circumstances of the people living in these areas, and trying to explain as detailed as possible all the conditions for these women. But so understanding the problem without being in the place, as I said before, it was a big challenge. But this team did a great job, I think. So they focus on key problems to be solved. They generate potential solution as a group. That was an important thing to do. It was not individual concepts. It was a group project. And they select best concepts against a number of important criteria. So we started with the first prototype, which was this from all the group, only this guy from Czech Republic, because he spoke Spanish. He was the one and he had the possibility to come to Mexico. He was the one who came to Mexico and trying to test the first prototype that we came up with. It was also at some point kind of participatory design, because the women of the community were telling us or giving us insights about the proposal of the design. So it was a very simple design, trying to focus mainly on the fumes and the best way of the fumes to go out. That was like the main purpose of this one. What we found out in the interviews and the visiting the community is that people of the community, when the stove has the chimney, they used to take it out. Sometimes they said that they did that because on the rainy season, the water comes from the chimney, from the roof where the chimney is going out. So what we try to do is the whole stove with the same material, and trying that it was not a possibility for them to take the chimney out. Another thing that we try to use here is the material. These bricks are made with the soil of the same place, and it is a brick that doesn't have to go to the oven, it doesn't have to be cooked, which is also actually a very contaminating process. So this material is used here in Mexico by an architect for building houses in rural areas, and it works pretty good in the houses, but it didn't work that good for the stove. So that was something that didn't work properly. That was actually one of the cons of this prototype. The brick material at some point was broken. Women coming to watch the product, trying to find out the sizes. There were ergonomic adjustments to be done. There were interesting stuff that for the students, it was easy for them to make, for example, the comal. We called comal this metal part of the stove where the tortillas and the food is going to be cooked. And for the community, for women, it's like a kind of symbolic or something like related with the well, I don't have the term in English now, but the thing is that they ask for the comal to be round, just as the tortillas, because the tortillas are round, and this comal is mainly used for making the tortillas, as I said before. So that was also something that they wanted to be changed. The students proposed these doors, and they work good in order to, as we said here, the fire door enables control of oxygen for a more efficient combustion, but the collection of the ashes was very kind of simple or easy way doing it here. But it was obvious that we needed another prototype after the first one, mainly because the students made it without knowing the context, without knowing or having the input of the people from the community. So we came out with a second prototype that it was based on I was telling you at the beginning of this presentation that there were some comparative studies of wood stoves in Mexico. And in that comparative study, we selected the best one. The name of that stove is Pazzari. It's a stove that it is very good in the energy performance, but none of the stoves compared in that study fulfill the parameters of the fumes, of the emissions of CO and particular matters of the stove. So that's why we needed, that was one of our main objectives, to avoid the fumes to go back to the house because it damages the health of the people. So taking into like the base of that stove, the Pazzari one, we selected the good things that it had in saving energy, meaning that with less wood, they can get the fire on for longer, and that will be a good thing. Also, we try to improve some ergonomic considerations from the women, and after looking with them some of the work surfaces, they need a work surface for the stove. We tried, obviously the comal is round like the ones that they actually use, and they wanted to keep it that way, and we got two more small ones in order to use the heating that it is going to escape. We try to use this the same heating for warming up the beans or water, whatever they need in there. The comal has also, we tried, well, actually what we did is an hermetic way of putting the comal in here, so the
Oops. Dr. Zarza? Hello? Oh, I think there's some connection problems. Yeah, I think there's some connection problems. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we should wait a little more. I think Dr. Zarza have some kind of connection problems. I hope he can join us as soon as possible. So in the meantime, can the committee also to play the videos of the icon arcade for us to wait until Dr. Zarza can join us again to finish the presentation and can attend the question and answers. Okay, I have the information that Dr. Zaza in Mexico have problem with the electricity, but he tried to rejoin us. So please be patient until she can join us again later on. She tried to join us to connect. Okay, while waiting for the presentation to conclude, I just try to review a little bit about what Dr. Zaza explained. Mostly that she explained the process when she did the research on how to do ethnographic research, ethnographic studies on design, especially when related to understanding the cultures and the social issues of the community that he and her team try to tackle the issues. Okay. I think we should wait a little bit more. Can you please replay the videos for the conference while we're waiting for Dr. Zaza to rejoin? Thank you.
Hello, my name is Marta Zarza. I am a Mexican industrial designer. I am also an undergraduate and graduate professor at the Faculty of Architecture and Design of the Autonomous University of the State of Mexico. As an academic, my research activity and publications address topics related to gender and design, as well as socially responsible design. I am currently a board member of the World Design Organization and head of the research area of the university. I am very happy to participate as a keynote speaker with a topic related with women, design, and community development. I hope you join us next September 29th and 30th to this great event, the ICON ARCCADE 2021. Thank you very much.
Okay, in the meantime, I encourage all the participants of this plenary session. You can write your question in the Q&A box in the bottom of your screen, near the bottom of your screen. So please do so. So when Dr. Zaza can rejoin us later, we can just explain the question to her so she can answer directly without further delay. So I encourage you all to write your questions in the Q&A box. Thank you.
Yes, Dr. Sharif. It's interesting, the presentation that Dr. Zarza has been explaining to us, because the situation is very similar to what we have here in Indonesia. A lot of the times there are communities that are far removed from urban situations in which they have habits that are very entangled in their social life. And if we want to change something, there are much deliberations that need to be considered in the changes that we want to apply to the communities. Do you have any examples, perhaps here in Indonesia, that you've previously met before, or
I think there are many in our case, because I'm from industrial design also, and in our department or our research group, we have also the lab for the ethnographic research. So it's quite similar to what Dr. Zarza has explained. So in this lab, we mostly try to apply ethnographic approach to understand how the people on the certain communities react and approach an artifact. Because when you talk about artifact design, usually we think about as designers, as a people who live and experience on the urban areas, not on the real areas of the communities that we are targeting to. So yeah, I think there are many in Indonesia who can use this kind of approach to make a better product, a better artifacts that suitable according to the cultural or social behaviors of those who live on the certain areas, because we cannot make it as an industrial products, right? Something that our modern societies ask us to do, using certain approach that we have product that are modernized, but sometimes they are not suitable for the certain communities that they have cultural or societal issues to address the problems. I think Dr. Sarsa has joined us.
Wonderful. Is she here again?
Yeah,
yes.
Connecting to audio.
All right, handing it back to you, Dr. Sharif.
Okay, thank you. Dr. Sarsa, you are still mute.
So sorry for the inconvenience. I lost the electric energy here.
Okay.
So I'm gonna share again.
Yeah. You want to try to finish or?
Almost finishing. Can I?
Almost finishing. Okay.
Can I do it?
Ladies and gentlemen, can we ask Dr. Sarsa to finish the presentation before she can answer your question? Okay. So please do, Dr. Sarsa.
Thank you very much. So I was just talking about the second prototype, that it just in general terms, and just to make it quicker, although it reduces the smoke output, it still does not meet health standards. The lack of pressure gas caused excess of smoking, and the concrete had some cracks in some areas. However, it had some improvements, and mostly the most important thing is that the design expression, that it was culturally compatible with local customs and uses. So the community found it like easy for doing it themselves. They definitely use half of the wood that they usually consume, so it was also a good improvement of this one. The materials used were available in the community. So it had some improvements, but didn't get the standards that were needed for emission of CO and particulate matter. Even though, I mean, we built some of these stoves in the community, in the actual houses of the village, and we were coming back after 2 months, 3 months, 6 months, trying to find out what were the suggestions that they have for the product. One very important thing was that because of the cover that we put to the chimney was still there, and they haven't taken it out like they used to do it in the other ones. But still, it was obvious that we were not fulfilling the objectives. So we had to go with a third prototype. And as you can see quickly in here, this is a different one. It has only 2 commons for cooking. It has 2 insulated combustion chambers. The main improvement in this one is the flue equalizer system, which can be seen in here. It is better shown in the system of how it works. It was only one way to the fumes to go out, and it has another way for the oxygen to come in and to provide oxygen for combustion in the combustion chambers. So this is the way it works. The oxygen comes in from here for the combustion chambers, and the fumes come out from here. So with this one, the measurements were we can see the way they built the prototype. This was made in UK by this is the group of researchers that built the prototype, and they made the measurements of the stove. And what we found out is the chimney system allows a very convenient airflow for energy efficiency and for smoke venting. There are two independent in here and in here, two independent combustion chambers that make energy transmission more efficient. And the test finally were fulfilling the standards, the safety standards, talking about fumes. So that was a very convenient thing. The things in cons is that some of the materials that they use, like the refractory cement and the flue pipes, make the product expensive for the Mexican context. And for this specific prototype, the work surfaces were taken out, which ergonomically talking are important for women. So as I said at the beginning of this presentation, this is an ongoing project. We are in this phase, very happy because at least, well, I don't have now the video in which they were measuring all the fumes with the commands and everything completely, I mean the product complete, and we fulfill the standards. But we want now, in order to build it in the community, to make a mix with the prototype 2 and 3, taking the advantages of the prototype 2 with the advantages of the prototype 3. That would be like the next step in order to complete the process of designing this project. So I'm going to tell you quickly just final thoughts about this project that, as I said, is an ongoing project. The purpose of presenting the partial results of this study is to show improvements in the design of stoves that reduce the harmful effects produced during the preparation of food using firewood in rural homes. The current cooking model can cause damage to health and in particular impacts women who cook within these types of dwellings. Mexican society has perpetuated traditional female social roles. For this reason, this work is identified within the design and gender perspective as a possibility to improve health conditions given its permanence in these combustion areas. Based on all this information, the relevance of industrial design intervening in proposing solutions for this problem lies in the conviction that efforts to support rural development should be aimed at improving the conditions of women, considering that in this context, it is a key aspect for poverty reduction and sustainable development. So therefore, with the final product, as I said, final so far, what we are aiming to obtain is social benefits as well as economic and environmental benefits. When talking about social benefits, it's mainly about health, in improving indoor air quality and less firewood to carry the usage of the stoves. More that thing will provide more time for crafts and education for women and the preservation of identity and culture. Talking about economic benefits, lower firewood consumption also implies less money whenever they have to buy it, or if they have a fine, as I was saying in the context before, and more time for making and obviously selling the crafts that women like to do. And the environmental benefits is a contribution to monarch butterfly biosphere reserve that is in the place where they live, and obviously the reduction of fumes. And finally, just I wanted to give credit of all the people that have been participated, are still participating in this project. This is from the University of the State of Mexico. These are the engineers mainly. Just Dr. Adriana is an industrial designer. The rest of them, of the people from Granville University, are engineers providing support to this project. So thank you very much. I would happily answer some questions if you have some.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sasha, of your insightful presentations. And we already have 3 questions in the question and answer box. If you may see it, the first one is asking about the gender issue has been neglected and marginalized in the design discourse. And he or she, because I don't know the name, he or she thinks it is timely and should be discussed intensely. So he or she asks, when you conducted research and design process, did you find difficulties to build a communication between researchers and women communities? So how could you reduce the gap of communication between these 2 parties?
Communication with women, it was only a problem if the husbands or fathers were there, because if there is a man there, they were not answering the questions. Actually, it was the men who were answering the questions. So after the first situation that we had in this context, as a group, we decided that it was a man there. One man of our team will ask the men to show something of the environment outside the house. And so a woman will be able to talk with another woman freely. And that worked good. But we also had the problem that some of these women, a few of them, but some of them didn't speak Spanish. So some of the kids were helping us to translate what the women were telling us, because I don't speak Masawa, and the group, none of the research group spoke Masawa. So it was only Spanish, and there was somebody else helping us for the communication. But the best strategy for communicating with these women was in the focus group. Whenever they were together, more than 5 women, they, for some reason, they felt like more free, or they felt like, more free to talk. And so it was easier to get information from them. I don't know if that was the question, if I understood.
Yeah, I think you answer quite perfectly. Okay, the second question is from Mel Corpate. I hope I mentioned your name quite right. From University of the Philippines in Philippines. He says that, like Mexico, the Philippines underwent years of colonial rule from Spain and experienced cultural shift and integration. Some of this cultural integration, unfortunately, was the concept of the patriarchal culture and the macho complex, which you mentioned earlier. This social discrimination to women put them to the margins, either in political and societal spheres, because of the stereotype that they are too emotional or temperamental. Now there is a major understanding on the importance of women to this institution. So what should we do as an educator to tell women, especially from these impoverished areas, that they are multifaceted and they are not only caregivers of the home, but they can be also leaders in their own communities and societies? Please.
That's a big, it's a great question, and I don't think I have the answer, but I could give you some examples that have been very successful in some contexts in Mexico. I also work with UN Women in some programs, so also with experience of them, providing them some role models. Examples of women that in the same context have been able to be leaders of the community, to get involved in decisions that are usually taken by men, is always a good example, because whenever they see that somebody else, a woman very similar to them, has been able to do it, they feel like at least they have the option, they can also do it, or they can look after that at least. So it's not an easy thing. It has, obviously, it's a very complex thing, because it's culturally rooted, and changing culture is very difficult. It takes a long time, and everybody going in the same way. I must say that we also found communities in which women were the leaders, and in which even men said it's because they know exactly what the community needs, and that's why we need them in charge of the decisions of the community. So am I being heard because I'm frozen? No, is everything okay? Yeah, okay. So I think one important thing is the role models, and obviously the support of the family. No, we need to talk with men. That's very important, because sometimes we think that we should work mainly with women, but if we don't talk with men that are the ones that should also change this idea of women are only good in doing housework and not doing some other kind of important decisions, taking important decisions and roles in the society, then the things are not going to change. So it's a massive work that we should do with women, but also with men, mostly with men, actually, I think, with this macho society that we have.
Okay, so the key is communication, right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. The third question is from Raditya. He's from ITB, from Industrial Design Department. So he said that he's interested in the participatory approach, which breaks down the barriers between designers, makers, and users from the society. So he would like to ask, is there any cultural barrier during the design process between the researchers and the society? So how to overcome the situation?
Mm-hmm. It is naturally like a barrier at the very beginning, because it's like asking things that are very personal, like getting into their lives, and it's not easy. It's sometimes for these people mainly the women, to tell about it easily. So we found it easy to do it, or we could do it by coming several times. I even came with my kids, like a family. We came and shared with them some of the costumes. They have some kind of celebrations, religious celebrations that we share with them. So we came with them to the celebration. We started like it was a long time process. We have been working on this project for 3 years. So like the ethnographic study, it took like a long, trying to get the trust or from them to us, to the research group. And as I said, coming mainly as a family and with different backgrounds in the group. For the ethnographic study, they were psychologists, they were from the human areas, humanists, even architects, designers, obviously. So with different backgrounds, multidisciplinary group. And so each one with different abilities, we worked, but it took some time coming back to the same location, to the people several times. And also some other times we invite them to come here for the same prototype. We invite them to come here. Obviously we had to go to the village, pick them up and bring them to the university. And they were very, very happy, feeling that they were part of the project, that they were giving ideas and working together with us. So that made it easy, like made them part of the design process, Yeah. And women, it was mainly women. Some men came too, because they are the ones that built the stuffs. So they came also to give us inputs about it. But it was mainly for the users of the product, women that were helping us.
Okay. Your answer related to this question, next question from Ardana. She's from ITB. She asked that it seems ethnographic-based research takes time. So her question is a bit practical. How do you manage in terms of grant that is usually more strict time-wise?
Yeah, well, this was the first part of the project was 3 years. The grant was for 3 years. The money provided, and it was the first phase, the ethnographic study. It took us a little more than 1 year. And then after the first prototype, coming back to the community and implementing the stuff and coming back several times. So yeah, for the project, the name of the grant was Research in Frontier, something like that could be the translation. And it was, the desire was to talk in a multidisciplinary group, and they knew that it was going to be a long-term project because the objective was to change a cultural thing that is not, you are not going to do it from one day to another. So I guess the grant understood that we needed time and money for doing that in a long period, you know.
So in terms of the very short project, so is there any requirement or anything you can
I guess
about
you should make it shorter, no? And more, in Spanish we say acotar. We have to make the project a smaller project with not that big, how can I say it in English? You have to look for a more modest outcome, maybe smaller people to ask and in a smaller scale, if you want to say it that way in some way.
So you have to suit them into a smaller project that can be done within certain time, not for a longer time.
Exactly. And also it helps that I'm part of this culture, the Mexican group. We understood a lot about this culture. So that also helps because you are already in advance. No? Like, for example, you read a little bit at the beginning, I work with blind children. So when I started working with them, I knew nothing about blind children. So that project required me it was 1 year maybe for doing the toys for blind children, but it took me like 6 months to understand, coming to the schools to work with them, coming with the families that allowed me to do it, to find out how was their daily life. So it was not that long. It was 1 year project, and I think I quite understood the way they live and they express themselves and whatever I needed for the project.
So longer or shorter, as long as you can empathize with the users, so it's better for the project. Okay, thank you. The next question is from Afifa. She's from ITB also. She said that she's amazed of the design process about the third prototype. Has the community, I mean the Mexican who live in those areas, try to use it? Because she noticed that it is made in the UK.
It was made in the UK, exactly. And we haven't built it in the Mexican community because before building it in the Mexican community, we want to make the mix of the second prototype with the third one, the advantages of the second one with the third one, and also with the materials of the community. So we are working now on that, how to make the process work perfect. I mean, talking about the emissions of the CO and particular matters, it worked perfect. That's what we were looking for. Now we are just trying to adjust it to the Mexican context with the materials and that. So that's the next phase, actually, to build it in here in the Mexican community.
Okay. Next questions. He or she do not provide the name, but he or she said that he or she curious. So what are the obstacles or challenges faced in order to make that product a mass product? It is a mass product, or is it a very customized product for those communities?
It's very customized.
Okay.
The idea was to teach men of the community and also women, because they are women that build their own houses, how to build it. But there are programs of the government that have built these stuffs. The Patsari one that I told you before, that it was in the comparison of the stuffs, it was the best one in the efficiency of the combustion. That one was made by the university in Mexico City, and the government took it, built several of those, and gave it to the communities for free. So what we are working, because the one who gave us the grant is part of the government, we are trying to promote that the final outcome of this project be taken by the government and do the same to provide them to the communities.
Okay, thank you. So this is, I think, as we still have one more question to answer from Adinda. She said that can gas be used as an option to replace wood as fuel? Because he said it can reduce the use of trees, and also when using gas, the user will not affected by traditional stove.
Yeah, there are three things related with this. For getting gas, they will have to pay, and they have no money. They're very, very poor people. So in some houses, they have one tank of gas that they use when the situation is very bad, when the wood is wet, and when but they told us the problem is that we don't have money to support it, for every day. The second issue is that the gas doesn't arrive, the gas provider doesn't arrive until the community. So they have to walk long distance, take a taxi, get the gas, and pay a taxi. So it's something that is not easy for them. These are communities that are far away from the city, urban areas, where the gas provider doesn't go. And the third and most important thing, well, I don't know if it's most important, but also important thing, is for them, the food doesn't taste the same.
I see. Okay.
They wouldn't use it happily. Like the tortillas mainly is a different taste. And after you taste it in the way they do it, they are right. They taste different.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Zarza, for your answers. Let's finally conclude your presentation and Q&A session. Once again, thank you so much for your presentation and your answers to the presented questions. Ladies and gentlemen, I think we should give our utmost consideration and applause to the presentation Dr. Zarza has given us. Thank you so much once again. And ladies and gentlemen, this concludes the presentation, and I will give the screen to the MC, Miss Sabrina. Miss Sabrina, you can take the screen. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Zarza, and also Dr. Sharif. What a wonderful dialogue. I think a lot we can take away from the presentation earlier that can be applied here in Indonesia as well. Now, moving on to the next session, the fourth plenary session on the topic of revitalizing local genius and tradition for sustainability with Dr. Adi Nugraha, the head of Research Center for Cultural and Environmental Products here at Institut Teknologi Bandung, will start at 2 p.m. in this same Zoom webinar link. However, before the second plenary session, before we start on to the next plenary session, for those who have registered for the parallel sessions and the parallel sessions, they will begin at right after this at 10:35 a.m. and is divided into 6 rooms according to the themes of the papers. The themes are tradition and history as cultural assets, technology and environmental sustainability, creative economy and sustainable development, human-centered and social interactions, community for resilience and well-being, and lastly, recontextualizing the urban ecosystem. Now, the links for each room has been sent to each registered participant and audience through email. So you may check your email for the links. I think there has been a chat as well that has been shared in the chat box. So you can also access the links through the chat box. And thank you for joining us in this plenary session. I'll see you again in the next plenary session at 2 p.m. Western Indonesian time. See you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Zarza.
Thank you, Dr. Zarza.
Thank you.
Recording stopped. Hello, Alice.
Let me unmute myself.
How are you?
I'm well.
Look at you, ready.
Well, I need to fix my hair because it's raining a lot outside, so it's all wet.
Oh no, you look great now. You look great.
Oh, thank you.
Okay, how's Amelia? Is everything all right?
Going to
Okay.
nursery is always a rush. More. We have everything, but yeah, we managed. With
Cool.
work as well.
I'm happy to
So
hear
how's
that.
everything going with you?
Pardon?
How's it going with you? How's the
Well-
conference treating you?
Because the attendee actually can hear us, so let's make it less private.
Okay, sorry.
No, it's fine. No, we can talk. We can talk about that personal matters later.
Yeah. So I will not delight you with the details of what my baby ate or did.
Yeah. But the conference went very well. I think we just had like a bit of technical issues in the morning because Dr. Zarza suddenly lost her electricity power, like during presentation. I know, but I mean, we tried to, change it, and then it was fine.
It can
So-
happen. So the screen, like, do I look okay with this outfit or you think?
You look great. You look great.
With the yellow, I didn't quite know what to wear. to be
Yeah.
honest.
I think the option is quite limited with the yellow background.
Yeah, it's surprisingly like clashy with most of the stuff I own.
Exactly. I think yesterday my background was orange, and also it was quite challenging to pick the outfit.
But I think yellow looks particularly not good on me. Like,
Oh, you look
seriously,
great.
I think my skin looks a bit weird, like green with the yellow background. But,
Is it though?
Well, I put on lots of makeup when I saw this morning that I look green.
Okay. Well, I think
heavy makeup.
You look great. How does it feel to put the makeup on again?
Well, I do that for meetings sometimes.
All right. Oh, well done.
You know, we have to look decent for our students as well. But yeah, it feels a bit weird to put it on and not leave the house. It's not the act of, you know, putting on your face, but the fact that you don't actually leave. Just stay in.
Okay, so we are waiting. So we are waiting for Paadi to join, but I think it's because like this is the last parallel sessions, and there's like some slightly changed arrangement for the speaker, so that's why we probably might start like 15 minutes late maximum. That's maximum.
But it's still, the plan is that I introduce Fadi, then I basically introduce the video first, because I share the details with him. So I share the video, then brief introduction about Fadi, and then basically he does his presentation. I still don't have his presentation, so I couldn't prepare any questions yet.
Okay, no problem.
So I'm counting on you guys to ask some questions in the chat. And of course, I'm reminding all the attendees that to use the Q&A chat box, right? So that's the plan.
Yeah.
Good.
So I think everything just like we rehearsed, but just like we start like maximum 15 minutes late. I can see like some people already joining, so okay. We will wait. Just need to go to the loo for a bit. I'll come back in a minute.
And I'm just also going to lock the door. So I'll just mute myself and stop the video for a second, but I'm here.
Okay, thank you. See you.
Recording in progress.
And welcome back to the main session of the Second International Conference on Art, Craft, Culture, and Design Icon ARCCADE 2021. And hopefully everyone had a great time in the parallel sessions earlier, and I hopefully too you have had time to take a short break, whether it's to grab lunch or have a cup of tea, because we will be starting the fourth plenary sessions shortly. However, before that, I'll have a short chit chat with one of the staff here at the Faculty of Art and Design. A higher education institution can only be as strong as its alumni. The committee has prepared a short clip on the works of alumni and lecturers of the Faculty of Art and Design Institut Teknologi Bandung. So let's have a look. And now I am joined by Dr. Kiki Rizky Sutisna Putri, SSN, MSN from the Center for Indonesian Visual Art Studies, SIVAS, to chat about their latest work. Dr. Kiki, it's wonderful to have you here with us today. Thank you for joining.
Thank you, Sabrina. Hello, everyone. Thank you, committee. It is a great honor for us to introduce SIVAS.
Okay, so could you tell us a little bit about SIVAS? What exactly is SIVAS?
Okay, SIVAS, or Center for Indonesian Visual Art Studies, initiated by the Aesthetics and the Sciences of Art Research Group, Faculty of Art and Design, Bandung Institute of Technology, and founded in 2017, supported by Research Community Service and Innovation Program. it was built as a repository of digital art archives based on Indonesian art history. So we focuses the collection on the development of Bandung schools, now known as Faculty of Art and Design ITB. However, we will see a more significant intersection of Bandung and Indonesian art from that collection. So in the future, we will be targeting this broader context of studies.
I see. Does SIVAS have a particular mission for its project?
Oh, okay, mission. CIFAS has a mission to become a center of excellence, of course, regarding visual art archives in academics and research. We hope to support the Indonesian art scene's healthier development. We are already digitizing and collecting several historical archives related to the Bandung School to trace the pioneering of visual art development at ITB.
All right. So I heard you said that you've undertaken archiving so far. So could you explain a little bit about what have you archived? What kind of work has SIVAS undertaken so far? And do you have plans for the near future?
Okay. Yeah. Actually, in 2018, we led a project called Bandung School Documentation Project. The materials will become our unique collection. The collection is divided into 3 periods. We have the 40s, from the 50s until the 60s. So we have planned to open for public in 2025. So it's quite a long journey. We also plan to expand the project to collect the Indonesian visual art archives through our international networking. So I think it is in line with ITB's plan to improve its international reputation in 2025, right? If I'm not mistaken. So we have also planned the annual activities and collaboration, such as an international seminar, workshop, public lecture that hopefully will lead to some joint research opportunities. This year we are in the middle of rebuilding our new website. We collaborate with our colleagues from the School of Electrical Engineering and Informatics, STE, ITB. We hope that it will be ready by the end of this year, but the public will be accessed in 2025. We have our central server that stores at the ITB's data center. And this October, Sabrina, we plan to conduct a roundtable discussion about functions and positions of archives in higher education institution of the art. So we would love to have you or your colleagues to be part of our discussion.
And that's great to hear. We have another opportunity to disseminate what we've researched so far, I guess. Okay, so you mentioned that you have already archived a lot of works. And so do you have like a specific number about how many works you've archived so far? And do you have a certain target that you're aiming for?
Yeah, we have a very huge number of archives. So my colleagues at Gallery Sumarja and CIFAS now already, I think it's over 1,000 paper-based archive and still counting. It's only the paper-based, maybe over 1,000 if we have also counting other materials. The target is unlimited, of course, trying to be optimistic here. But in 2025, we are very hopefully that we'll have doubled the number. Yeah.
Okay. Fantastic. Well, we'll all look forward to that, and hopefully we can access the archive as soon as possible once the website is up. And thank you for your time, Dr. Kiki.
Thank you, really appreciate it. Thank you, Sabrina. Yeah. Thank you all.
Thank you for sharing SIVAS with us. Meanwhile, SIVAS has kindly provided us with an introduction video on their work, so let's have a look.
Please.
Center for Indonesian Visual Art Studies, or CIVAS, was initiated by the Aesthetics and the Sciences of Art Research Group, or ASARC. Faculty of Art and Design, Bandung Institute of Technology. Founded in 2017, with support from Research Community Service and Innovation Program, which was started as a repository of digital art archives based on Indonesian art history. CIVAS has a mission to become a center of excellence on visual art studies and research to support the Indonesian art scene to thrive. We have already digitized and collected a variety of historical archives such as artworks, old photos, documents, drawing, teaching materials, posters, and so on related to Bandung School tracing the pioneers of visual art teaching at ITB. In terms of archiving and collecting, CIVAS is using support from all researchers at ASARC. We led a documentation project called Bandung School Documentation Project in 2018. The materials will become our special collection. We divide the collection into 3 periods: 1940s, 1950s, and 1950s until 1960s. We also plan to expand the project to collect the Indonesian visual art archives through international networking. We plan to open for public in 2025. It is in line with ITB's plan to improve its international reputation in 2025. CIVAS focuses the collection on the development of Bandung schools, now known as the Faculty of Art and Design, Bandung Institute of Technology. However, we will see a more significant intersection of Bandung and Indonesian art from that collection. In the future, we will be targeting this broader context of studies. CIVAS has 2 main functions, which are preservation and dissemination.
And now we will be moving on to the 4th and last plenary session. This session's topic will be Revitalizing Local Genius and Tradition for Sustainability. The keynote will be delivered by Dr. Adi Nugraha, Head of Research Center for Cultural and Environmental Products at Institut Teknologi Bandung, Indonesia. The moderator for this session will be Dr. Alice Dallabona. Please allow me to read a brief introduction on Dr. Dallabona before I hand over the screen to Dr. Dallabona. Dr. Alice Dallabona is a lecturer in fashion marketing at the University of Leeds within the School of Design. Her work investigates luxury fashion and the intersection of cultural elements in business practices, with a particular focus on notions of national identity. More broadly, her research interests including branding and communication, lifestyle brands, digital media, and new technologies. Hello, Dr. Dallabona.
Hello, and thank you so much for the lovely introduction.
Hello, how is it over there in the UK?
Rainy, very rainy.
Well, it's always like that in the UK. Could you share a little bit about perhaps your most recent research topic that you've been working on?
Well, recently I just published a book chapter on how traditional elements can actually use to overcome some backlash in social media, especially when luxury fashion brands do something very, very wrong in relation with the Dolce & Gabbana scandal concerning the China collection they launched a couple of years ago.
Very relevant, though, in the social media era right now. Okay, well then, I'll be handing over the screen to you for the fourth plenary session. The screen is all yours, Dr. Dallabona.
Thank you so much, Sabrina. As the conference enters its final stages, we would like to show you a short video outlining the very interesting project that our next keynote speaker is actually working on. And that focuses on how culture and tradition can support the design community. So here is the short video we are going to show you.
Greetings from Bandung. I am Adi Nugraha from Institute Teknologi Bandung, and I'm excited to share my knowledge in the second Icon Arcade 2021. I will discuss the idea of utilizing culture and tradition as aspect of creation or design inspiration through a consistent process of exploring and developing our cultures and traditions. So, make sure to register through the Icon Arcade website, and we'll meet virtually on 29 and 30 September 2021. Bye!
Lovely, and I'm really honored to introduce the last keynote speaker of this conference, Dr. Adi Nugraha. He is a lecturer, a researcher, and a designer. He was actually trained as a product designer at the Bandung Institute of Technology in Indonesia, that's the conference, and there he is now the head of research for the Center for Cultural and Environmental Product. His design practice actually brought him all around the world, in Europe, in Germany, and Finland, where he also pursued further education, firstly achieving a master and then a PhD. Dr. Nugraha has been actively involved in researching and developing projects for the creative industry in Indonesia. He works also as an independent designer in his own design studio and workshop in Bandung. His interests concern craft, design, community development, creative economy, sustainability, and sociocultural aspect in design, with a particular interest in culture and tradition. In his career, both in academia and as a designer, he has achieved a lot. He has published a number of high-quality research outputs, most recently publishing his work in the book Transforming Tradition in Indonesia. With the book chapter Transforming Tradition in Indonesia, in the book published by Bloomsbury, Design Roots, Culturally Significant Designs, Products, Practices. And he's very active. He's a chairman on the advisory board for the Indonesian Association of Industrial Designs. And moreover, he was awarded numerous national and international awards for his design. For example, the Seal of Excellence for Handcraft from UNESCO Southeast Asia program for his Rhino jewelry box. So there's a lot to say about Dr. Adi Nugraha, but without further ado, I will leave you to him. But first, just a little reminder that if you have any question on the presentation, please do use the Q&A chat box so that we can read the questions and ask them to Dr. Nugraha later after the presentation. Thank you so very much. And Dr. Nugraha, it's all yours.
Oh, thank you, Alice, for introducing me and for company during my presentation. Yeah. So, well, it's better than I start my presentation now. Good
Greetings
afternoon,
from
everybody.
Bandung.
Okay, yeah. Good afternoon, everybody. So I start now to share my presentation. So can we see now the screen? Okay, yeah. Firstly, I would like to express my appreciation to Institut Teknologi Bandung and our Dean of the Faculty of Art and Design, and of course to the organizer of this great conference for their professional and I believe hard work that made this conference happen. So congratulations. Today I will share with you the issue about revitalizing local genius and traditional knowledge and practices in order to be beneficial for our contemporary lives. The focus of my discussion is on tradition, innovation, sustainability in art, craft, and design context. So I'm especially curious to find out how to give tradition a new life, or how can we maintain tradition, which is full of local wisdom and valuable knowledge and practices for achieving sustainable development. So let me start now with exploring first the tradition. So what is actually local genius? Local genius as well as indigenous knowledge and tradition are shaped and created, of course, by culture. As applies to culture, local genius can be characterized into two main groups. First, the one that manifests as material objects, and the other one that appear as immaterial or intangible things. Local genius, like tradition, refers to any established knowledge, method, practice, belief, custom, habit, or story handed down or transmitted from one generation to another, especially through oral communication or by practices. Comparably, indigenous knowledge is the knowledge acquired by the indigenous local community through the accumulation of over generation of living in particular environment, which cover all form of knowledge from technology, know-how skill, practices, and beliefs. Some example of indigenous knowledge are knowledge of building a house or boat, knowledge of farming, hunting, fishing, gathering, curing, and knowledge of making different kind of functional object and utensil, all of which use practical local material techniques based on traditional culture. So here, every local society creates its own specific local genius that is influenced by culture, geographical condition, and some other external factor. So now, what is important is what can we learn from local genius and tradition? Many studies have confirmed that much traditional knowledge and many traditional artifacts and practices often reflect a harmonious balance between aesthetic and function, physical and ideological purposes, integrated with economic and ecological decisions as the result of thousands of years of accumulated practices, experiences, and collective wisdom that handed down over many generations. And what's important is also most indigenous practices tend to function and fit with natural order. For example, cultures that depend directly on hunting, gathering, and fishing tend to work out codes of behavior that honors both product and sources. It is considered strictly taboo, for example, to kill more animals than one needs, or to waste any part of an animal. In nature, as a law, nothing is waste, and organism uses only the energy it needs. In many areas, traditional and indigenous knowledge is often more relevant and functional than had been previously realized when it was labeled as a primitive or inferior class of knowledge. Due to a very good fit between material artifacts and the environment, cultural value and beliefs, and ways of life, indigenous and traditional cultures can be excellent model of practicing life in more sustainable ways, concerning the ability and empirical understanding of localized ecosystem. It is then, for me, it is necessary to explore the use of such knowledge that might be assimilated with existing science and technology today. And these are the reason why local genius, indigenous knowledge and tradition are important and get more attention. According to National Geographic, about every week, another language disappears from everyday use, that taking millennia of human knowledge and history with it. Every year, many folk theater die out. Some particular traditional technique of weaving, jewelry making, boat building, and basket making have vanished. And many traditional children games and toys have disappeared from everyday life. So that is why traditional knowledge becomes an important issue. First, most traditional knowledge and practices are embodied in individual as tacit knowledge. If these knowledgeable people fail to pass on their tacit knowledge, then that knowledge will disappear as soon as the person, whether the artist or the craftsman who does the work, dies. To rediscover the lost knowledge will be hard, expensive, and time-consuming. Unfortunately, the loss of traditional technical skills often takes the related tools to the grave too. Secondly, traditional has become a tool for many nations to create identity as a counterculture against the dominant culture, which is globalization. So, giving tradition a new life has become national aim. We see everywhere in local society today, there is a strong need to state one identity. So now let me talk about our global world today. So this picture represents what I'm thinking about local genius compared to our globalization era. So global era or globalization, as we're experiencing today, can be regarded as the beginning of our human civilization that is marked by the rapid development of science, technology, and the mobility of people around the world. The revolution of information, communication, and industrial technology that giving birth to nano, biotechnology, internet, artificial intelligence, or cyber physical system are just some of examples of what science and technology has contributed to our life. Today, people are being directed to adopt the Industry 4.0 into their daily life in order to suit with new change in work, human relationship, and managerial things, mostly in digital forms. This global era is also marked by the very fast mobility of people. It happens not only between cities, but cross nations and cultures as well. The increasing number of this cultural interaction has been creating more free, rapid, borderless cultural exchange around the world. Consequently, the situation has changed our conception about culture. The culture we see today is no longer as closed system with its specific essential characteristic and uniqueness. The word culture today reflects rather as something more dynamic and fluid. So culture is flowing, transforming into new shape endlessly all the time. People may see this situation as positive or even negative side of the global world. Obviously, I think there are some positive side of this global era. For instance, people might benefit from the rapid exchange and development of science, technology, art, and culture. It includes businesses resulted by easy access and the circulation of information. This condition will encourage the growing number of new innovation and openness in different fields and aspects, such as environment, politics, social, government, information, and economic. Clearly, all these may contribute to the improvement of the quality of life of people and our planet. However, this global era brings also dark sides, especially when it is viewed from environmental issues such as water and air pollution, waste problem, exploitation of natural resources, global warming, consumerism, homogenizing cultures and products, and decreasing valuable aspect of life. The negative impact of products, waste, and lifestyles have become a growing problem that let us learn from local genius and looking back to traditional knowledge. The tradition of techno, for example, is not a romantic kind, but it is a logical decision for the total economy. Homogenizing products and cultures has gradually resulted social illness, such as destroying identity, locality, and diversity. The fast living style has decreased the people feeling of self-fulfillment, a kind of satisfaction of doing meaningful work. So global world has also detached many people's feeling of being connected to the root, to their own tradition. But from my point of view, the problem with our global lives and product is that the change happens so rapidly, so that it doesn't allow people enough time to reach the equilibrium phase. In this time, when the change of technology has been rapidly accelerating, the new version of products can appear on the market while people are still familiarizing themselves with the old ones. Before they realize new change, another change has taken place. This condition, besides stimulated consumerism, create abundant disposable products, has also caused anxiety and uncertainty in the society, of course, as they must update and adapt themselves so quickly with such change. In such situation, it would be impossible to have an intimate relationship between human and object. So to deal with that issues, now I will propose a strategy which I call as revitalizing tradition. In my opinion, tradition, indigenous knowledge, or local wisdom can, or perhaps should, go hand in hand, work together to achieve sustainable development. Many critics toward our global life can be used as a relevant foundation to redefine the role of local genius and culture. I think people and society don't need to go backward. We anyway must keep going forward. What we need is to make some compromises and adjustment. That is how to adjust local geniuses, tradition, and cultures harmoniously into our contemporary global lives. The key answer to this aim lies in the idea of revitalizing local genius and tradition, which means how to connect valuable local genius and tradition with our best achievement of science and technology today. Many local geniuses and traditions should be regarded as constituent of the worldwide life. None of the elements of contemporary technology exists without a long tradition behind it that has made it possible. As human beings, we always need to make new invention and innovation to improve our lives. To create something totally new, we often need to detach ourselves from tradition. In this recent situation where newness is rapidly accelerating, the fundamental role of tradition is to make this new innovation, new invention more human, down to earth, and have meaning and value for society. In this scenario, local genius and tradition can be enormously useful for our global life. So this is the concept. How can we integrate the local genius and tradition with contemporary life? I call it as revitalizing tradition. The idea of revitalizing tradition is to connect all tradition with different kind of condition of today's science, technology, economy, culture, and lifestyle. I'm proposing atomic method to make this concept easily understood and used. The atomic can be used as tool for artists, craftsmen, designers, and art design students, which might help their work when dealing with preservation and revitalizing traditional knowledge and practice. Atomic, in fact, is an abbreviation of artifact, technique, utility, material, icon, concept, and shape, all of which reflect the 6 fundamental elements of an artifact. At micro level, the atomic method is a tool for seeking possibilities of making new objects inspired by tradition, by rearranging and integrating the 6 elements of tradition and modernity. Here, the term tradition represents local genius and indigenous knowledge and practices, and modernity represents the contemporary condition of our global era today. At macro level, one aims to find a harmonious balance between different aspects: cultural, social, ecological, economical, survival, or self-expression in the creation of new objects. The macro level suggests that every creation of an object might vary in emphasis and motivation. So in atomic method, by mixing the 6 elements of tradition and 6 elements of modernity, combined with the 6 aspects of motivation, certainly this approach will result in rich diversity of new objects. So the process of revitalizing tradition, which means integrating tradition and modernity, can be illustrated by the metaphors of the work of molecule. Both tradition and modernity act as molecules consisting of 6 atoms that represent the 6 fundamental components. When the molecules of tradition and modernity are integrated, they will achieve a new molecule with a new atomic structure. This new molecule reflects the new object, which can be art, craft, design, or something intangible. So the next slide will give some example how this atomic method works. First, the result of the project named coconization is an example of this process. The project was one of my research projects in 2007, which aimed to redesign traditional utensils made of coconut shell. In Indonesia, many of utensils made of coconut shell have disappeared from daily use, replaced by new products usually made of plastic. The project results show the new development of utensils based on a combination of the traditional material and form with new material, laminated wood, new technical solution to join the wood to the coconut ball, and new function. Coconut project that takes ecological issues as its main motivation has given traditional material, the coconut shell, a new life. This revitalizing traditional bamboo houses is another example. In general, many traditional architecture or houses are categorized as vernacular design. In vernacular designs, we often find valuable local genius and wisdom. Vernacular design are often successful both in practical and visual ways, and are even considered as superior. In principle, being close connection to local culture, place, and resources make vernacular design almost by definition is sustainable. Borrowing Victor Papanik's expression about vernacular architecture, for example, they usually self-built with a high awareness of craftsmanship and quality. Moreover, they are mostly made of local materials, use local sources, and fit ecologically with the local climate, flora, fauna, and ways of life. From Papanik's point of view, all combination aspects of excellent ecological suitability, human scale, craftsmanship, and commitment to quality makes vernacular architecture the true elegance of artifacts. It is also important to note, especially for Indonesian conditions, the report of earthquake in many parts of Indonesia during the last 3 decades indicate that the traditional wooden and bamboo houses have been proven to survive earthquakes better than different types of concrete houses that often lack of implementation of sophisticated building regulation. Especially bamboo as building material can reach high score in all sustainability aspects under sustained conditions. These pictures are examples of modern bamboo buildings that the design are inspired by traditional houses. They combine the traditional material, technical principle and method with new material and techniques in order to fit with contemporary needs and lifestyle. The main motivation of this project is ecological and cultural. So another local genius that I think Indonesian people have already for a long time in history. Recycle everything is already rooted in our culture. In fact, since I was child, I was so familiar with many recycled objects, from my toys, from my mom's kitchen utensil to interior decoration. I think it is worth to sustain this recycle habit for today and for our next generation as well. And this is my last example of the case explained about revitalizing tradition. So one of the best practices of indigenous society is, in fact, they have less concept of ownership. That means they are sharing more than owning the property. We know that our global world has been adopting the wisdom in many novel ways. The concern lays in sustainability issues. Many businesses and projects have applied this genius idea supported by new technology, by internet, and even digital forms. Car and bike sharing, co-working space, urban farming are one of example of this idea. This is one example of project of our research center that facilitates farmers and bamboo craft person with tools for processing the cow dung into a biogas that function as an oven to dry the bamboo parts. The facility is owned by community, not by personnel. So they do share the facility for doing their work. Now I'm going to the end of my presentation. It is my reflection of the material that I have presented previously. I would like to sum up that local genius, indigenous knowledge and practices often have the comparative advantage for sustainable improvement of people's life that fit well with localized ecosystem. Creative innovation based on local genius and tradition roots is fundamentally worthy. It is the most elegant and natural way, not only for producing objects with environmental and economical goals, but also for stating artistic expression, representing identities and cultures, and sustaining society. The existence of various new objects and products inspired by local genius and tradition is intended to enrich diversity. This might alter uniformity and the global sameness of mass industrial product. The role of actors from different fields who work on revitalizing local genius and tradition is vital. They contribute to keep many traditions alive, make them available for our contemporary life as well as for the future. Through their work, they demonstrate alternative way towards sustainable development. And the second one, the atomic method I have proposed is a tool to keep the tradition updated, as long as some elements of tradition, or at least one of them, are continuously transformed in the creation of new objects. A part of our tradition will be kept alive and sustainable. By bridging local wisdom and traditional knowledge with global world, we connect the past, our history, with the present and the future. The idea of proposing the atomic method was based on my belief that every culture, every society should continue to flourish based on their own root, their unique natural resources, their history, and their preferences. It shows how to be global without losing our roots, our own tradition. Thank you very much. Terima kasih.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nugraha, for the very interesting presentation. It raised so many interesting points, and especially the way you highlighted the intrinsic paradox in globalization. As the homogenization of offering increases, people are actually looking for diversity and something rooted in local and specific tradition. So that is very, very, very interesting, especially in light of how fast local tradition and so many resources of knowledge are actually getting lost every day. And so many cultures are already much, much poorer for that. So my first question is really about what do you think it's achievable in terms of a very rich culture, for example, like Indonesia, that it's still very, very rich in all sorts of traditional knowledge. So is there any specific industry that you think it's particularly suitable to be at the forefront of this movement of keeping in touch with tradition while bringing it forward and revitalizing, so that to actually reconciles modernity and tradition?
Yeah, thank you, Alicia, for the interesting question. I think first, what can we connect from indigenous knowledge and our reach of sources is how we utilizing our traditional material, because Indonesia has abundant different kind of natural material, which is, I think, not yet really utilizing in a modern way. Take an example at bamboo. Bamboo is very, ordinary material for Indonesian people. Yeah, but since I was child until now, I'm 50 years old. Yeah, there is not so much development toward this material. I mean, researches or even how we can use bamboo in more novel ways. Yeah, and this is important because we have so much bamboo everywhere you find bamboo. Yeah. But not so many people interested in having, for example, just for example, bamboo houses for them. Yeah, if you see in a big city, in every city, in urban area, you can hardly find houses that made of bamboo. Even though I think, and I really believe that bamboo as native material for Indonesia, it has so huge possibilities to be researched and to develop into a modern material. So I think this can be even make it as a big industry like in China. Yeah, but it is still untouched. Yeah, and there is still a lot of natural materials such as rattan or different kind of natural fiber that we are not yet touched in very good approach. Yeah, and the second one is not like in the material things. Yeah, there are so many also life principle and something wisdom in everyday life that can be transformed into the new habit, new tradition of global Indonesian people to be used as a wisdom, to be used as a wisdom for life. Yeah. For example, as in the last presentation of the application of revitalizing tradition, the habit of recycling, the habit of sharing, not owning things. I think it is good for people, so they don't need always own something, but they can share, and then it makes life more easily. Yeah, I think there is still so many things that we can adopt or adopt the principle of local wisdom into the industries or even our culture of self.
Thank you so much for your answer. It was so interesting. And you raised such a great point in how a lot of the focus sometimes on the materiality of things and the values underlying traditional societies are actually not considered. And it's so very interesting considering how many societies like around the world intrinsically had these values of sharing and of being sustainable, like reusing and recycle, and how so much has been lost. Which actually ties me to one question from the audience, which is very interesting also. They're thanking you for the presentation, of course, and they're asking whether, in your opinion, is it important for every community, like even in the most rural areas, to have advanced technology to be able to compete at the global level? Or should the focus more be on the locally sourced technology?
Yeah, this is very good question. I think this is not about good and bad or black and white. I think some application of technology, it is very even useful for rural area, like digital or internet. I think it helps a lot people everywhere. So in this case, we can always use the most advanced technology, even applied in very rural area, like for example, for make lighting, giving light in the village. So we can really apply, for example, a solar cell system, yeah, to be applied in this rural area. Why not? If it's people can access this technology, so I think there is no problem. But I think what is important is every society should realize that and should really understand that what is in fact their own strength in the society according to regarding to their natural resources or local genius. So they should really understand, and I think this is the most elegant way to work on what they have locally, because I still remember that Cradle to Cradle book really mentioned that every sustainability is local. So anyway, we should first start from what we have locally. So this will make sure that we go in the right path in terms of sustainability. Even if we adopt new technology or very advanced technology, but how we connect all this kind of problem in the area with what we have locally. So I think that is the most appropriate way to to solve any problem with 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 with, with the local problems. And people now very busy with what we call Industry 4.0. Every nation, every society should adopt their habit, their ways of life according to this principle. Digital world and everything should be fit with this principle. And I think in terms of Indonesian case, we don't have all people doesn't need to be fit very well with this kind of situation. So, for example, if Indonesia is to compete with the well-developed country with science and technology, of course, we always become a follower. Yeah, we should see, and then we should be realistic. So we should compete with something that other country doesn't have, like what we have. So we are rich with natural resources, traditional knowledge, traditional of making objects. So if we compete with this, yeah, of course, connecting with new technology. So I think it is more appropriate to compete with this kind of principle, rather than we compete with the things that every nation make the same thing. So the idea is what we can think that we are good on at, yeah, that any other nation is not really good with that. So, for example, we are good in crop, yeah, and we have abundant richness, diversity of way of making, and with supported with different kind of raw material. So we can compete with this, yeah, with European or even with China, yeah. Not compete with the technology, because if we compete with science and technology, we can always be not in the number one. We always become the follower. But if we compete with what we have that other country doesn't have, so I think it is more reasonable and give more possibility to be success. So I think that is my interpretation about what we can make, what we can do with our local genius and indigenous knowledge.
Thank you so much for answering these questions. And we have a couple more, and as again, those are really good questions again. An attendee is asking whether they are noting how indigenous knowledge existed even before Indonesia as a country was established, and it has been a lifestyle for centuries. And they note how education has been it comes from Western countries where indigenous knowledge is often marginalized. How can we start to adapt and complement our art and design education in Indonesia by bringing the two together, the global and the local, so that your education is able to produce responsible artists and designers who place local values in their work?
Yeah, this is very interesting question, but I
very
think
big. very big.
Yeah, very philosophical. In my opinion, education is a big role in building development of society. So I think especially in Indonesia, education is a center for this awareness. We cannot hope it's come from, from just a society or even I don't know, from government, because they should the higher education, like university today, they should really see that every region, every province in Indonesia has its own nature and characteristic. So, and how education, how this higher education like university can really strong say, for example, to government that every places can have different focus on developing their own resources. And I think it is very important to state this. Indonesia is divided into different, many different islands and cultures, inhabited with different people and different natural resources. So I think the goal of education should create different target according to their local. So the target or achievement education in Java Island, for example, it should be different compared to, for example, in Indonesia, in Eastern Indonesia, because we have different culture, we have different natural resources, and I really believe the local genius of the people also very different. So it should, the question is how every part of can develop a strategy and goals, according to what they have concerning the culture, the natural resources, and the condition of geographical. So I think it is very important we respect diversity. So this is the start point to do the action of developing every part of Indonesia, and the result will be the diversity of each region with its very big potentiality that can be used and make everybody or every society in that place happy, because they don't do what they don't like. For example, I can give one example. About the food, for example, rice is a very common basic food. I think not for all part of Indonesia. It is very basic food actually in Java Island and surrounding, maybe Sumatra or Kalimantan. But if we go more eastern part of Indonesia, people doesn't have culture eating rice, for example, in Papua. So in a way, if we have to develop this region and develop the economic and all aspect of the people life, yeah, it shouldn't be concentrated, and then we couldn't see that all people will eat rice. Yeah, the eastern part of Indonesia, they eat sagu, which is different type of food from rice. And for example, in Kalimantan, in Borneo, yeah, the city is growing quite close to the river, because river used to be a transportation mode in ancient time. So when the development coming, people leave the river. People forget that in the culture, they are really stick to the river as a transportation accommodation. Yeah, I think if we have to develop the transportation system in Borneo, Kalimantan, so we should really see that in tradition, they use river for transportation. So why should we build huge, for example, just ordinary road that makes pollution and everything and traffic jam? So yeah, why don't we develop something that more advanced river transportation for the people? So because the city is growing according to what is the transportation of the river. So that is the point I would like to propose. Every place and every culture, they have their own preference to grow and to develop according to their own culture and geographical condition.
Thank you so much. I think we have time for another question. This is, I'm actually summarizing because it's a very long question, but this attendee is noting how in Indonesia they were having a discussion with a community leader in the leather craftsman industry, and this person expressed his concern about how local culture and local businesses were closing down and getting abandoned by the day because the generation and young people are more interested in moving away and pursuing a career in other sectors, like in the government or working for banks. And so what could be done, in your opinion, to sustain young people continuing in this tradition instead of moving away from small areas, which is what has happened in a lot of Western countries. Globalization and industry meant that lots of more rural areas have been completely abandoned.
Yeah, it is quite difficult to answer because in reality, it is difficult things to solve. Yeah, but some have success with solution regarding to the what we call urbanization. This is not a simple problem that can be only solved from one point of view. I mean, from one actor. So I think this is a problem that should be solved together between society, community, government, and even education institution like university join forces together to solve this problem. It is a complex problem. So I think why people or craft people or young people who's doing craft leave their job first because they don't have market for that, or they cannot sell, they cannot market their products. So of course it's very realistic that they cannot just stay and survive, and mostly people just change their profession. Yeah. And especially in this pandemic situation, I think you heard that so many small industries or even big industry are closed according to the difficult situation in economy. Yeah. What I can see is it needs the help from government first. Yeah. To make sure that they can still work by, for example, giving just job, order their products, and government can help them to market the product. So in short term, it helps. Yeah. But next, how they can promote their product, and then they can develop their skill, and especially marketing skill, to be more adaptable in this uncertain era. So I'm not sure without contribution of government, so this will help, because this is very complex situation. Yeah. And this needs the whole nation help each other, of course. And now everybody is suggested buy local products to help craftsmen, for example. So this is also a kind of scenario that we can support local actor, craft industry, or creative industry to survive. So people, ordinary people, that if they still have money to spend, so buy local product, not product which is come from abroad, for example. Yeah. And the other one is, of course, the actor who is doing the work, especially in craft sector, they should also more flexible, see some opportunities, see some changes, and ready for change. Yeah, to keep their production going, and then to see some new strategy, possibility that they can survive with this situation. I think this is most important. It applies not only for small industry, but for middle and even big industry. It should be more flexible, and then see what is the opportunity coming from this, for example, from this pandemic era. For example, not all commodity in this pandemic era is getting dropped or really die. For example, there are also some commodity or products that even growing and bigger, like thing connected to the sport equipment, yeah, and home decor, and a different kind of product that suit with health care. So it's growing so big. So how these young people, young craft people, see this opportunity and ready to switch to to other field of maybe they haven't do it before. So I think this is the most important thing, that one just have to be flexible and then see new opportunity. And this sounds really normative, but I think collaboration, for example, sharing facility and this kind of stuff, yeah, building network, it will help, yeah, to survive this situation. I don't know this answer the question or not, but I think the problem is very complicated, very complex, and it cannot be solved only from one actor or one discipline. It needs government help and community and even education institution to work together and then to solve together, to give a solution for this very difficult situation and problem.
Thank you so much. It was a complex question, and it was great for you to share a little bit of your wisdom on that. Actually, we have a lot more questions on your work because it really raised a lot of interest. Unfortunately, we do not have time to discuss all questions, but perhaps just one more from the point of view of a designer themselves. This attendee is actually asking, they are working on revitalizing the traditional baby carrier. And they are trying their best to preserve tradition, but they wonder whether at the end of the line, if there is a point where the tradition will inevitably become history due to the fast advancement of technology. What do you think?
I'm not really understood the question, but I will try. Is it a questioning about the intervention of high technology to the tradition of making craft, for example? So how we deal with this? Is it about like that, or?
They have not specified, so I assume that my understanding is that they're designers and they are working on this traditional baby carrier project, and they are struggling perhaps to see how new perhaps guidelines on how baby safety, for example, how difficult it gets to really use local wisdom, local culture, and and the local genius that you describe when the pressure perhaps from the modern environment become more and more pressing. And so do you think, will there be a point where all these new needs will mean that it's not possible, or it's possible just in a very limited way to use a local knowledge to support design?
Yeah, to be honest, we also not suggested to be very romantic with traditional knowledge or local wisdom. Some problem can be really solved with new technology or very radical change in solution that doesn't even need contribution from local knowledge. And I think, in my opinion, of course, as long as we can attach some principle of indigenous knowledge or local genius into our design, yeah. So, well, it's really great. I mean, because it always connect our history our past with today life, and then it's continue to the future. But in some cases, it's just difficult. I mean, to transform this different value of traditional knowledge and practices into a design object or into the new practice. We know so there is a lot of disruption in this world today, and it happened because there is radical things that people think in science and technology, and it changes everything, and it should be, I mean, people just have to follow the new things. And some of them is really successful. I mean, people just have to adjust what they have in the culture, and then they will have new culture. They assimilate and then they adopt the old culture with that new invention in technological. So it changed the lifestyle of the people. But I think the point is we should really see and then put the thing in perspective, in good perspective. So some of case we can, in some cases, we can really assimilate, we can really integrate, and we can take indigenous knowledge or tradition practices into to build into we can take it into new design and incorporate it with new technology and science. But in other case, it is just impossible to do that. So we just have to be realistic, and we don't need to put all these traditional values into the new design or the new innovation what we make. Yeah, especially in technology and science technology, they really do something very radical. So they don't need to see, or even they have to detach with tradition in order to get the new things. It's really radical and very new. Yeah. But I think the role of designer here is you should be very sensitive to see the opportunity, or even sensitive in a way you can see what is the bad side of this new thing. So if we really adopt that, yeah, if we really adopt the new technology or science, and then I think the role of designer or artist and designer is very important here to see the bad side of the application of new science and technology. And they are the one that very sensitive to see how this will be applied in society without any harmful to the society and for the environment. I think in many cases, yeah, we can always, even in small thing, attach the value of traditional knowledge or tradition in general or our culture into the invention or innovation of new products. So, because as I presented previously, that no new technology can happen without the history or the achievement of the tradition behind that. Yeah. So it can be not in the material things, but in the, for example, in something intangible. So it can always incorporate with that new technology. So I don't know if this is answer the question or not, but as designer or as artists, we are obligated to be responsible to see something that the scientist or the engineer tend to see it as not important things, but for us this is very important because it is connected to our society and to the sustainable development of our culture sample. So this is the big role of artist and designer to make what I said about to make all the new thing, the invention or the innovation more human, down to earth, and related or connected to the roots, to the tradition, and to our culture.
Yes, thank you so very much. All of the questions that we got for you were really, really good. And actually, we have a lot of them. Unfortunately, we do not have time to answer any more questions. So I do apologize to all of you who asked them. It's just that, there were a lot and we need to progress with the rest of the conference and the closing. So thank you so much, Dr. Nugraha. It was a pleasure to listen to your presentation and to share your insight with regards to the questions. And it is now time to move on with the rest of the conference. So I pass the baton to the next speaker. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Alicia, too.
All right. Thank you very much, Dr. Nugraha and also Dr. Dalabona. That was a wonderful closing plenary session. And it was a wonderful strategy that was offered by Dr. Nugraha through his presentation regarding local genius and also local wisdom. And with that, we have concluded all based on the themes of the submitted papers. And the committee, along with the moderators of the parallel session, have selected 2 presenters as best presenters. And I think the audience also took part in this selection. 1 presenter from the student category and 1 more presenter from the professional category. And I would like to invite Ms. Bintan Titisari, PhD, as the chairperson of the committee on screen to announce the best presenters from the parallel sessions. Dr. Titisari.
Hello. Hi again.
Hello. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It was a wonderful, wonderful conference over these 2 days. So let's see. We are going to announce the best presenters. How many papers were submitted in total?
So in total, we have, the abstract, people who have submitted abstract is 134. And then for the full paper, it was 95. But then we only, a full paper is 98, sorry. And then the only paper that we accepted after the review are 89 papers. But I think it's 88 presenters presented today. Last person canceled last minute. So yeah, it's actually quite a lot of papers presented today.
Yes, I can imagine we actually ran a bit over time earlier during the parallel sessions. So that definitely we had plenty of parallel session presenters. And so we will first announce the best presenter from the student category. Am I correct?
Yes, that's true. Okay, so before I announce the winner, I would like to say that all the presenters are actually already the winner by submitted the paper and then going through all the review process. I think some of the authors the feedback was like they had quite a good feedback from the reviewers as well. So I would like to congratulate as well all the presenters. But I will go to the polling, and then after we see the percentage from the polling that come in each session. So the winner for the best presenter for the student category is the paper ID number 21 with the title Attributes Function Study on Baliam or Hubula Tribe Wars Costume. And I think it's in the team 1, sub-teams 1. And the presenter was Anggira Putri from the Faculty of Art and Design, Institut Teknologi Bandung. Is Anggira around?
Congratulations.
Well, congratulations. And later the committee will send the certificate. And I think you can be proud as the best presenter. Okay.
Yes.
Should I move on to the professional category?
The next category is the best presenter from the professional category.
Okay, so for the best presenter for the professional category is the paper ID number 62 with the title is Designing Urban Soundscape for Various Activities Based on Soundscape Expectation. And the presenter was Dr. Anugrah Sabdono Sudarsono from the undergraduate program in Engineering Physics, the Faculty of Industrial Technology, Institut Teknologi Bandung. Congratulations.
Congratulations,
Dr. Sudarsono. I heard quite a lot of good comment from that session. I think he was presenting in sub-teams number 6. Contextualizing urban space. Congratulations again.
Congratulations to both presenters who got chosen as the best presenters from the category of student presenters and also the professionals presenters. And we appreciate all the papers submitted and presented throughout these 2 days at Icon Arcade. And that concludes the main event of Icon Arcade 2021. I'll be signing off.
Sorry.
Yes,
maybe we should announce that the proceeding will be available later, maybe by the end of this.
Yes.
Yeah, maybe. What we have today is the program book, but for the proceeding, it will be indexed online and it will be available. So maybe if everybody already subscribed with the email, we will inform when the proceeding is available.
Fantastic to hear that it's going to be indexed, not just offline, but also online. Yes. Great. Okay, so I'll be signing off. And so I would like to thank all attendees for tuning in from the beginning till the very end. And to distinguished speakers, moderators, and also presenters, thank you very much for your insights and participation. And to the committee, thank you very much for an amazingly fruitful couple of days during this entire conference. Dr. Bintan Titisari will be taking over from here to close the event officially, as well as delivering the key takeaways and conclusions of Icon Arcade 2021. So Dr. Titisari, please take it away from me.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm very pleased that we can be at the end of this conference. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues and friends, I'm very honored and delighted to deliver the concluding remarks on the last day of the second International Conference on Art, Craft, Culture and Design 2021. It's organized by Faculty of Art and Design, ITB. First of all, I would like to thank the committee members, my team, for their enthusiastic and dedicated work and for being very professional. While I see that they put their best effort to make this even happen, I'm extremely pleased that this conference was well attended by researchers, students, practitioners, and experts in art, craft, culture, and design from all over the world, especially Indonesia. And it's also Indonesia, not only Jakarta and Bandung. I heard from Kalimantan as well and different islands, Japan, Malaysia, Philippines, and in the United Kingdom as well. We have over 500 attendees on Zoom during these 2 days and over 1,000 playbacks on YouTube live and recordings, but the plenary session will still be available on our YouTube channel after the event. So we hope it can reach more audiences in the future. And apart from rich panels that were filled with insightful content, the attendees benefited from the eager discussions at all parallel sessions, the postgraduate workshop, and the exhibition that is still ongoing on our website even after the closure of the conference. So please check the website. I hope that you have also enjoyed these opportunities throughout the conference to enrich your research and network. I'll look forward to receiving your feedback on this event. And I'm truly satisfied that everyone was able to participate and actively contribute to the discussions in the plenary and parallel sessions. For that, I'd like to thank each moderator, Dr. Agung Hujatnika, Dr. Tita Larasati, I think Butita is here, Dr. Ahmad Sharif, and Dr. Alicia Delabona. She's my ex-supervisor, and as well as my dear colleagues that step up as moderators in the parallel sessions, Dr. Tiar, Dr. Marina, Dr. Willy, Dr. Intan, Dr. Atika, Dr. Karista, and Dr. Gita for your guidance and professionalism. We haven't been able to do this without you. Your contribution is beyond appreciated. But looking back at the question we posed in the beginning of this conference, the fuel that drives us, how can creative economy contribute to SDGs achievement both in Indonesia and globally? How does the COVID-19 pandemic disrupt this effort? How to anticipate, and what roles does the creative industry have within this disruption? I'm happy that our speakers, Professor Callum Morton, Mr. John Nyubigi OBE, Dr. Martha Zarza, and Dr. Adi Nugraha, at the plenary session were able to answer them from different perspectives and give us a holistic view. Some of the key takeaways that can inspire us after this is, first is the multidisciplinary work is no longer an option, but a necessity if we want to move forward to create greater impacts, especially in multicultural urban spaces. So, and the second one is changes happen when all stakeholders are involved. So grassroots effort need to be met by sustainable central policies, and we can become active agents in the intermediary position. The third one is this pandemic is only one of the things that has affected our modern societies. Everywhere in the world, we see other humanitarian problems, from gender disparity to poverty. Our role is to be critical and work with care, not haste, to enable the communities to empower themselves. And the last one is the community empowerment means that knowledge and technology use have to be aligned with the local lifestyle and equally be effective in creating a bridge towards the global movement. The postgraduate workshop that I was proud to join in as moderator has also been insightful. Dr. Chaitanya Sambrani has not only shown the participants how to go about postgraduate research, but also taken us to see how critical works can change perspective and inspire change. I do hope that it has been as stimulating for you as it has been for me, if not more. But even more than that, I would love to see how the new knowledge you have acquired here impacts your future research and endeavor in the field of art, craft, culture, and design. As we know, one swallow doesn't make a summer, and we need to get everyone on board in a collaborative effort to slowly and steadily create the changes. True story, we initially had in mind the word reinforcing in the team, but yet we changed it into fostering as we realized that growth cannot be forced. to happen, but it needs consistent care and attention. Here, I would like to again to reiterate our appreciation for the support at the Center for Research and Community Service, PPM ITB, embarking on the excellent remark from His Excellencies Dr. Sandiaga Uno, our Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy, that art and design do have a role to contribute in the development of the creative and digital economy. This definitely requires further hard work as well as intellectual, financial, and human resources to fulfill this ambitious intention. Therefore, let me wish all of us a lot of energy, enthusiasm, shared trust, and resolve on our way toward achieving the Sustainable Development Goals by 2030, Golden Indonesia Vision by 2045, and an overall better future for the planet and its inhabitants. We look forward to seeing you again at the 3rd International Conference on Art, Craft, Culture, and Design, Icon ARCCADE 2023. Hopefully we can meet offline in ITB in Bandung. But until then, stay safe, healthy, and productive wherever you are. And I wish you all a pleasant rest of the day. Thank you.
Recording stopped.
Oh my God.